Alright. Really need to do a better job remembering to test that before I go live. Alright, should be good. Yeah, we're good now. Not accidentally kill voice meter. Alright. Hey, Molly. Hey, Gordle. How are you doing? Ugh. Today is a good day. So, so you might be thinking, did I beat the game last night? You might be wondering that question. No. I didn't. No. Only 7 shins. But yeah, did not beat the game last night. And we're gonna go do something else. We're gonna go do Crossbones. Because a little thing happened last night called RNG. It's a friendly thing. Where, yeah, demonic weapons, kind of bad if they just, proc. Like, 4 or 5 turns in a row in a boss fight. When it's on your healer. So we're just gonna, we're gonna do one of these. And we're gonna give, we're just gonna find something else for Garrett. We're gonna buy him a temporary weapon. How are you guys doing? Gamba for gear. We could do some Gamba for gear. I don't really. Is there really a good reason to? Crap, I have to remember where the store is in here. Ah, here it is. Your endless greed. Yeah, but I don't get like a lot of good shit out of it. It would take a lot of time. I do have near limitless greed though. You are correct. $283. 284. Heat Mirage, Acid Bath. I'll just take the Acid Bath, just in case. So, yeah. Walking into Dragoon, or walking into the final boss, I got through the first phase, and it was a slog. And I got to the second phase, and I legit got like poisoned and I couldn't cure the poison off. Cause Garrett, and like every time I would try to like, heal myself or use Garrett at all, Garrett was just like, not feeling it, man. I don't wanna. So yeah, we're just gonna do this instead. Lol. Yeah, it was, I mean, if you know the rules, but guess what? I'm here for casual times. Speeders and limit testers are crazy. They are Canadian. Also, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? But yeah, I'm gonna go do Crossbones, and then we'll just beat the game. I've already done like half of Crossbone anyways, so. And now I've learned, don't use demonic weapons. I was like, I should be fine. And then, well, I was not fine. So we learned things. Same rules apply to D&D. For real though? Yeah. If your DM is giving you something that seems too good to be true, probably is. Well, that was rude. Alright, demonic weapons are great until you're in a serious... Yeah, exactly. Until you're in a serious fight, and then they proc multiple times in a row. It didn't help that, like, I had no idea what I was doing. Like, I had all of these new classes, didn't really know how the abilities would work, or any, like, or literally anything on how to, like, make it go. And it's just like, how do I do this? I don't know. Guess I'll try? And just was not a good idea. Guess I'll try or guess I'll die. Yes. It's an easy fix though, so. Now we get to do, you know, all of this and we beat the game in one sitting instead of, you know, splitting it up over 2 nights. So, I think this works out better, honestly. You were told what a pro sports person does and tried to do it yourself. Pretty much. And then I made a complete ass of myself at like 4 in the morning. Honestly, the fact that I got through the first phase, kind of impressive, considering I had no idea what I was doing. I like completely handicapped myself and just completely leaned on like Spritz and Flash to like carry me. I was just treating Spritz as just a crappy wish and Flash just to like hold my hand. I feel like what not only do like you need the specific Jin on, you know, like 3 of one, 3 of the other for each class, you want to make sure you have specific Jin for each character as well. Would that be right? You want to make sure you have like this full-on like rotation of stuff. There we go. I don't think it matters too much, mostly just granite and water granite that matter. Okay. We're never using the Jin, I don't think it matters. But if you want to use any, then it does. Okay. Yeah, like I was just doing like no damage as well. so I wasn't sure why, because like none of my spells were just doing jack all. Like it was just better for me to like basic attack with Isaac and just hope. I was just like, this seems strange and not like how it's supposed to be going. Were you trying to get elemental bonuses? I didn't rearrange my gear either, which probably mattered. This is interesting. Huh. So you lift it up to here. Let's do it this first. We can deal with this item and then we can just, you know, push shit around later. This item is easy to figure out. But no, I wasn't really trying to get bonuses too much. But I just didn't really know like how to focus or like rotate through my skills. It just felt like Isaac also did nothing. But I felt like I was just doing stuff wrong as well. So I honestly wasn't sure what was up. But I don't know enough about like the underlying systems to, you know, be able to figure out what's going on quickly. What? Ah, there it is. Here we go. Alright, so how do we get these chests? This one's simple. Theoretically. Push this shit up here. This. Okay. This all makes sense. The real question is, why is this a thing? Can I lift even though it's not... Can I carry even though it's not next to me? Can I do this? No. Wrong height. Which means this also won't work. So what am I supposed to do here? I have to get onto this level somehow. The easiest way to get onto this level is from here. Ah, I got it now. I was literally just standing on it there. figured it out. Isn't it amazing how I can solve puzzles when it's not like 2 in the morning? Turns out, my brain doesn't work good. How long were you typing that? Horse walks into a bar and orders a pint. Bartender asks, "You're a what? Think you're an alcoholic?" The horse says, "I don't think." Disappears from existence. Explain Descartes' philosophy statement. I think, therefore I am. But if I explained that first, it would be putting Descartes before the horse. I love it. I love it. Let me guess, this is cursed. Yep. I like how it actually tells you if an item's cursed. I was actually not expecting the game to tell you, like, straight up if an item is cursed. I'm just expecting, like, old school Rogue where it's like, go fuck yourself, it's cursed. Yeah, I added some new ones. I took out some old ones and added in some new ones. Is Ham Swing a BTTV one? What does it look like? Not a good one. Alright, so theoretically we get something in here that makes cursed weapons usable. That's pretty cool. Also, I should be drinking this before my ice totally melts. I also don't have Beats TV on mobile. Rip. Rip. Okay, that's bad. Thank God for tonic. Oh, what? Well, fuck off then. You, sir, can kindly fuck right off. This boy is hurt. God damn. I was taking this fight a little bit light. I was, suppose I was disrespecting the boyos. I deserved it. What? Oh, heck off, dude. That stunning bullshit. There we go. These things suck. These Thunder Lizards are also not a good time. Alright, we gotta be close. We gotta be close, right? Right? Okay. How? I'm actually impressed that this thing is still alive at this point. Like, goddamn. There it is. Alrighty. Jeez. That was an extraordinarily large amount of work. A smoke bomb. Oh boy. Hit the room real quick. Can you melt? Oh, yes, you can actually. Duh. You absolutely can melt. I'm surprised this isn't a puzzle that's used more. What do we got here? Cleric's ring? Oh, whoa. What's this? Removes a curse's effects. Well, well. I believe that's the item that makes curses usable. Alright, so who do you people tend to stack their curse items on? Is it Himbo Garrett? I would stack them on Garrett just because. Well, yeah, Garrett. Not even surprised. Alright. Alright. So if we're gonna do this. I'm just trying to figure out how I can, like... You have the demon mail. Not yet? I don't believe I do. I have Wicked Mace. And I've got the Demon Axe. And I know you get one, like, in the final areas of the game as well, but obviously I've, come back here, so I lost it. Right of cursed weapons, but only one armor and helm, I think. That sounds about right. Easiest way other than bills. What? Send more letters to your friends. What the fuck? Rip team and oh. I get it. I don't have an excuse for not picking up that one. That was just plain out missing it. My first drink is already wore off. Take a sip. Don't have to tell me twice. I'm doing the sacrilegious thing of just speeding through this a little bit. Yeah, there we go. It's time. Neptune. I don't think I've actually seen Neptune yet. Hopefully this doesn't kill. Alright, Neptune. Hell yeah. It's a Wailord! Oh, we got Debilitate. Nice. That's actually sick. Enemy party-wide defense drop is very nice. That'll come in handy. Narwhal used Horn Attack. Oh boy. This looks thrilling. That is a... Where's the emote? There it is. Okay, got us. Alright, how do I want to do this? Alright, well that's good. Oh, okay. Cool. You saved recently? No. No, I haven't. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? So the good news is I can't soft monk myself here. Wait, what happens if I just push this straight up? That's what I thought. Yeah, so... So we have to push that up in such a way that we get this positioned one in front of it. Put a channel point reward for save game streamer. Help bankrupt point economy. How is the point economy? The point economy's been recovering since I stopped playing Darkest Dungeon, I feel like. People aren't mashing the sound alerts nearly as much. The point economy is no longer in shambles. So how do we do this? I'm at 55k right now. No idea what everybody is. So, is that... Sounds like it's a good time for a point check. What do people got for channel points? I'm at 15. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A. Select start. Huh. So I need to... Oh god, I've got to like use my brain here. Alright. So I need to stop that there. How would I go about stopping it though? Well, there's actually two ways I could theoretically stop it, right? I have to get it positioned like... This is a one space gap, yes. Would I figured it out? Good for you. I like puzzles. I like puzzles too. I'm not good at puzzles though. By any stretch of the imagination. The good news is I'm not exactly gonna soft lock myself. I'm just like trying to think about how I want to do this. I'm gonna go soft. I'm gonna go reset. What happens if I do something like this? Like, the point is to get it to, like, zigzag. Pretty sure, at least. Well, I don't know if zigzag is like the best way to like phrase it, but I need to get that stopped where I want it. Watching you dance around the solution is hurting a little. Oh, I'm sure it is. Oh, I'm pretty close, I think, at this point. But if I push this up, it won't work right now. That's gonna go right there. We don't have a stopper in place. How do we do this? Fuck, I'm so close. That's the worst part, is like I know I'm pretty close, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm supposed to do something else now? I don't think I am. What would I do at this point? Well, there's only one solution. That's the thing. The only solution exists is with this being in front of where I need to be. That's it. That is literally the solution. After that, though, is when things get really muddled. I don't know how else I would solve this unless I did that. So, like, assuming this is straight up and down, what other options do we have? This can connect to either this piece or this piece. One of the two. We can't really stop it. I mean, we can. Wait, or no. What am I missing? Maybe relax, this should come to you. I'm a little worried about you taking sips of tuna water. It just made sense with the cat avatar. Think like an ibex? What even is that? Hmm. We should change the take a sip icon to a Paw Croy icon. We should. The Paw Croy. Yeah. I'm just not. Okay. Just correct me on this one. This has to be in front of like where the item needs to go, right? This is the piece I need to be positioned where I think it does, right? Nothing else works. Yes, okay. I need that for like a sanity check. So then... So by default, theoretically, if I just push this up to the top, it would go here. We don't have a way of stopping it outside of using this. So it has, tentatively, 2 positions. Let's say. This, and that. Eat your favorite fruit, a banana, and come back to this when the sugar is fueling your system. I'm gonna power through it. I mean, I'm not tilted, don't get me wrong. I'm just like, I'm not great at puzzles. I have never been amazing at puzzles. Was there other pieces down at the bottom? There is one piece I'm not using right now. That one over there. Now let me just run off of this so that way you can get like the big picture. So you got like 3 going up and 3 going vertical, 3 going horizontal. That is another way to stop it though, isn't it? Right? What if I did this? You're close. Yeah, I know I'm close now. So now what do we do? If we roll that down, I don't get it. Like, we can move that over. That didn't work. What do we do from here? What do we do from this point? What the hell do we do from this point? So we have this. Now we can jump back into here and we can fuck around. We can take that down. Doesn't really get us much, which would have let us move this to the left, but I don't think we want to move that to the left right now. He's so close to the 10, I'll get it. Want a hint? Give me a little bit. Give me like 5. I'm having fun, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not upset by this or anything. Resetting the puzzle may help. Oh, like, I don't want to reset it though. I'm close. I know I'm close. What do I get from being right here? What can I do? We can roll this down. Like, I don't want to touch this one. Right this second. I just don't know what to, like, move next. I'm frustrated. Alright. Fuck. I know I'm close. I know I shouldn't let my brain go there, but part of the straight up part of the problem is this fucking music loop. It's 2 45-second length. My brain. It's so... Fuck. Work brain is kicking in a little bit here. Want to know which ones to focus on? I feel like I know, but yeah, just tell me. Just give me some ones to focus on. I think you're in a spot where it looks closer than it really is. It looks closer than it is, and I agree with that. But at the same time, like, I I know kind of where I need to end up. Think. Alright. Am I in the right spot? Or do I need to be somewhere else right now? Well, I think once to see streamers suffer like I do. Here, do I need to focus on these three? Or do I need to focus on the bottom three? These three. Okay. You don't have to move any others to complete. What? Really? Huh? How? I legit... Wait. If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I didn't need to make a zigzag, just smaller. I did need to make a zigzag. Would you look at that? Maybe it's time I hurt chat and I make them experience what it was like when I played Tipsy/Drunk The Witness. Maybe it's time to bring that back. It's been years. I probably don't remember how most of the puzzle mechanics work. In my defense, I got a Hall of the Mountain King puzzle at the end of the game in 20 minutes. While drunk. I'm damn proud of that. You'd be the worst to bring to an escape room. Oh, absolutely. But The Witness I was actually pretty good at. Yeah, like the hidden puzzle room, like Hall of the Mountain King stuff, which is all timed. Yeah. Most people it takes them hours, and I got it in 20 minutes. It was honestly very surprising I did it so fast. Oh. Cool. But yeah, I am garbage tier at puzzles and the like. That didn't even say it was cursed. Or it was hidden. It doesn't even say it's cursed. What the heck? Or wait, does it only say it's cursed? Hold on. Why does the mace... Okay, why does the mace say it's cursed here, but the Muramasa didn't? Read the details. Space limitations? Yeah, probably just space limitations. So... Fuck. That's an... Well, guess what? This is what I think of that. Haha! Not this time, game. Alright, so I'm gonna equip the Demon Axe. We're gonna, let's see, we have the, do we have it equipped? We do. Science. Ring. Can I use it? Or does it just... Curse can be removed. You know what really isn't frickin' clear? Having the ring equipped removes the missing turns. Okay. That's all it does. It's just, it's still stuck in your hand. It just removes the missing turns. Final boss is a mimic all along. I wouldn't even put it past this game to do something like that. This is pretty bitchin'. So this is a super boss. So is this harder than the final boss or no? Guess we're about to find out. You really want to know? I'd appreciate it, but I don't have to. I can live blissfully unaware. How's it going, Existence? Home from work because I had mild COVID symptoms in the morning, but felt better. On a negative COVID test before I can go back to work. Ooh boy. I do not envy you. I would be kind of terrified if all of a sudden I started exhibiting COVID symptoms. I feel fine. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're feeling fine now. I want to see what the fourth one does for him. I've never seen it yet. Damn, I wish it was this easy to get days off work before COVID, for being sick before COVID. Oh god, that hurts so much. It's so true. That is so true, it hurts. Sir, I'd like you to stop raising your attack. That is scary and I don't like it. Did he just burn both of his turns on stat changes? Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. He can do that all he wants. Just... it's kind of wild to me that he just spent his entire turn doing that. Alright, break out Thor. Ow! No murderinos, please. I'm gonna need a little bit of that. Can't flash. God damn it. Let's do that at least. Use a vial on yourself, you goob. Poor baby Ivan, he'll be okay. Speaking of Corona. Yeah, as our stuff comes back, we'll be okay. Let's ground him for a turn. I'm honestly just gonna release a Tiamat this turn instead of trying to go for 4. So I want to be able to... Well, you know what? We can go for it, I think. Let's get resist up again. Let's drop his attack too. Okay, try to drop his attack. Judgment. Meteo. we're making progress, I think. I have no idea how long this fight's gonna take. Oh! Oh, seriously? Okay, that was... Oh, I was thinking it was gonna keep going for quite some time. Demon Mail! Alright, there's the Demon Mail. We did it. We beat the super boss at the end of the cave. And now we can really beat the game. Now we're actually overkill at this point. I fought the Tempest Lizard so many times for money and XP. Yeah, chat's been getting in my ears that I don't need to grind at all. So last night I tried to beat the game after they showed me what the most powerful classes were and then proceeded to get wonderfully bodied. You really don't. Yeah, apparently you can beat the game at like level 16, level 17. That's all you need. You just have to be really smart and know what you're doing. I just did it for fun. See, someone after my own heart. Maybe some of us enjoy mindlessly fighting monsters. What's wrong with mindlessly fighting monsters, It gives you guys more time to, like, shit on my food takes. I thought you'd want to do that. Apparently we could speedrun the game in 4 hours. Yep, so I've been told. I find that absolutely wild. Then again, you can, what, 100% Chrono Trigger in like 8? So people can do some crazy things once you know the systems. RNG manips be crazy. Exactly. I've seen someone who beat Shenmue 6 hours, 20 minutes. I've never played Shenmue. That is another game. That series is another blank spot for me. Part of the reason I'm playing this right now is actually because there's a recommendation and I wanted to fill. I like filling blank spots in like my gaming knowledge. Although now that I played the first one, now I gotta play the others at some point. I'm not gonna go play it back to back or anything, but now that I know, now I have to play the others. So, thanks, Gordle. Thanks for this road you've put me on, I suppose. I hope you're happy. Alrighty. And we're out. Oh, right. Can't I do stuff with the ship or no? I can go to Babby's ship. Can I do other stuff over there? Or do I do stuff with Babby's ship after the tower? I guess it'd probably be after the tower. Are you hyped for... I am hyped for Ace Attorney. I've been hyped for it for quite some time. I was planning on streaming the English ROM hack version until it was announced that they were just, you know, releasing a version of it that's actually translated. So it's like, oh shit, I'll just do that instead. And I don't have to play it on emulator or anything. I will gladly pay money for this. Like, there is a ton, they put a ton of care into their translations too. They do not mess around. I also have a copy of Final Fantasy Adventures, Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana. Oh god, I don't want to play those. I don't want to play the Mana games. Also, as much as I've technically played the Mana games, I've also technically not played the Mana. I played the GBA version of Secret of Mana, which was called Sword of Mana, I think. You barely wanted to play this and now you're in love. True. But I saw the art style they did for one of the Mana games and it was just jank. Which one was it? That was so weird. You were thrown off too. You played Sword of Mana, which is a remake of Final Fantasy Adventures? Oh. Okay. Yeah, the art style is a choice. That's a polite way of putting it. I like a lot of the new Pokemon art. I don't hate them. I actually like the new Pokemon art. I haven't looked at the Diamond and Pearl remake art since they changed it. New Pearl looked bad, worse than XY. See, for me, because I'm completely blind to like all of this stuff, I won't even care. And I can just be like, I'll play it. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Back there. Not the new, first showing of that. Even if it looked like Sword Shield, the new remakes would look better. Oh wow, wait, so... Oh wow. Huh. Maybe I should take a look at them. At some point. Pearl was also a choice. They just... I'm kind of curious what they did to it. Then again, I've heard a lot of people didn't like the remakes they did of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire either, so... It's Chibi now. I don't have a problem with Chibi. They're probably just trying to change directions of stuff and whatnot. Let's see. Let's have a look here. Okay. I can see why people don't like it. I can see why people don't like this. Those images make it look really blurry though, which does not really lend itself any favors. Yeah, the original looks pretty chibi too. The main issue I'm looking at this from like screenshots is just lots of like bloom, like it's very sharp in the first one, whereas now you've got like a lot of bloom and the blurry images really don't lend itself to a good comparison. It also just looks like the lighting is just blown out more, whether it should be or not, I don't know. I don't know. I thought they liked lens flare and explosions like God. If you want to watch Michael Bay directing a Pokemon thing, just go watch like Guardians of Ga'Hoole or something. That's probably about as close as you're gonna get. Simultaneously, yes, Michael Bay directed a Guardians of Ga'Hoole movie. If you don't know what that is, it's owls. Just, it's a lot of owls. Go watch it. It's kind of hilarious. It's a good time. Get your popcorn. God, I watched this. When did I watch that movie? Shit, I watched that in like my freshman year of college. Right? It's almost been a decade since I watched that. I'ma just shut the fuck up, play the video game now. Okay. I'm sad. How to bury yourself and make yourself feel sad 101. Wait. Do I have mind reveal? Okay, I do have mind read. Time happens. It does. Violet southeast of me. Southeast of me. Who's ready for exciting pushing block things? Yellow shines northeast of me. Oh, this puzzle again? Yeah, I've got to redo everything. Because I have not beaten the boss. So we have to redo all this. Bum, 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 bum. Straight up, if I had to make one musical call about this area, I would double the length of the theme for this area and then just roll it through the combat. I would double to triple the length of this musical theme and just like let it roll through combat sections instead of constantly changing. I feel like that would be way more natural. Combat rolling music is tricky. Oh, it... Believe me. I know. I'm might be one of the people most qualified to talk about swapping between combat and ambient music. It's literally my job. It's just one of those things where it depends on how kind of like connected the team is and everything else that's going on at the time. Like what they did makes sense, which is the far simpler solution to begin with. Not sure how advanced the music systems were for GBA games. They probably weren't. That's why I'm not being like, oh, they should do X, they should have done this and this. Like, cause freaking it's a GBA game. So much experimentation's going on. Like, there's so much stuff that was like they're trying to just figure out and probably just cram in. New system limitations. Personally, like some ways, rolling combat music has been done for RPG ROM hacks for Atmosphere. Oh boy, these puzzles again. I'm kind of curious, like, what exactly, like, do you get out of going from, like, a ROM hack to... Like, what extra stuff do you get? You're just doing a ROM hack. What does that let you do? Well, I guess if you're doing a ROM hack, you can almost assume that people might not necessarily be playing it on the OG system. They have that benefit. Experience a given game differently. Yeah, I guess my thought process is just like how much of the ROM hack is using like OG, like original content versus using stuff that's already in game and then tweaked. I'm kind of just curious, like, what you can actually do with a ROM hack to tweak music systems. Probably actually a lot more than you could these days. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because a lot of this stuff's just, like, straight up hard-coded. So a ROM hack, you can actually fiddle with it. Whereas these days, everything's done with middleware and whatnot. So you probably like can actually futz with specific things. I do like how this puzzle actually has two solutions, which is nice. don't remember what the problem is, but I don't see why you couldn't modify music sounds. Yeah, I would imagine it partially depends on, like, how creative you can be. Part of it's gonna be how creative you can be, but it's like, there's a lot of system limitations that you have to take into account. Although if it's a RAM hack and people are never gonna play it on the OG system, then you could probably get away with a bit more. Yes, I need to do this. Oh, bus is actually empty. The sad day. This means I should add more to my glass. I'll do that post haste. Stretch the legs, get the drinks, hydrate. Well, I mean, I have the drinks. The drinks are right here. And I do have water, too. Oh, I'll grab a sip of water. That's probably the better call anyways. Or I dip into another glass. For what it's worth, if you're thinking, why is he drinking on a Tuesday? I got a job offer. That's why I'm drinking on a Tuesday. I have no qualms drinking on a Tuesday if I'm gonna get a job offer. This is a celebration stream for me. I don't start work until like the end of next month. So I've gone from unemployed searching for work to an actual damn vacation, effectively. Unemployed, like unpaid, but I'll take it. I'll get myself a fruit to celebrate. And all I got right now are tangerines. I don't have any fancy fruit to celebrate, unfortunately. I'm sorry. So I forgot to do some inventory management at some point. Bit of an oops on my part, I suppose. An oopsie doodle. There we go. I like how Sometimes Mia just doesn't exist. When it rotates, Mia just stops existing for some reason. Wait, where does she go? Where is she? Oh, right, I have to figure out how do I sell this one again? I think it was... Yeah. Yeah. I remember how to solve it. Ugh. Turns out it's a lot easier to solve these puzzles when you've done them before and you aren't, you know, doing it at like 2 in the morning. Crazy, I know. Oh my god. Wait. Monsters can run out of PP? I didn't know that was even a thing that could happen. It's hilarious. I've never seen that before. Alright, chat. It's time. Do. You know what I should do? Where is... Where is the most recent sip emote? Where are you, sip? There we go. We got the appropriate emote for the stream now. Also, I've already literally talked my way through all of this, so I don't feel bad just mashing through it. Although, my god, last night, was it frustrating watching these nerds just hand over the freaking staff? And then they're just like, well, we don't have to listen to you anyways. And I'm just like, you just handed over your only bargaining chip, you dumbass. All of you are dumbasses. They're kids. But man, they're stupid. We've all been there. True. I was there earlier today. With, you know, the log rolling puzzle. Poor Sheba. Literally dragged into this for no reason. I don't... They're kids. I just had to keep telling myself that they're kids. Felix, though, is just a... Felix is so far a total tool. So far. Be nice to have brain damage as a result of the river incident. Jesus. Ooh, that's new. Hold him in place. Get resist up. Buffer defenses. We'll do granite this turn. Whew! Alright, that's decent. Good stuff. Alright, so we have one evil spirit, so we'll have to tonic that off, which is annoying. That's whatever. taunting. We're gonna sap. Now we flash. Another plasma. And wish well. Flash, so we don't take any damage this turn. We can... Yeah, I see why Flash is so freaking busted, by the way. Not only does it lower your damage, it also has priority. Minority has so much more defense. Also, this is going so much better than the last time I did this fight. It's not even close. We're gonna do that for safety's sake. Boost our resistance again just to be safe. Don't have granite back yet. We'll do ground. Rona. I feel like the way I'm playing is probably the way most people play the game, where they just stack everything on. Like the same elements on the same characters. I feel like that's probably the normal thing people do, right? Or like the standard thing, I guess. Why fireworks? I have no idea why people are lighting off fireworks. They're complete total fucking tools, though. I have very choice words for people that light off fireworks. Each one gives different bonuses. Yeah, I noticed that stat-wise, it all changes. Nice. I have no clue. How much further we need to go? So adept at rap. Do you like Linkin Park? I did back in the day. Listen to a Linkin Park track or two. I was a big fan of Meteora, actually. Hybrid 3 is really good. But I always preferred Meteora as far as their albums went. Also oh god, what was it? The remix album that they did? It took a lot of like the Hybrid Theory stuff and some of the other pieces. That was my next question. What album was my favorite? Yeah, I haven't, let's see, I'm trying to think. The last time I listened to, let's see. The last album I listened to of Linkin Park's was Minutes to Midnight, I want to say. I was like, that came out like in, I think, my sophomore or junior year in high school, I think. But I want to say it was Minutes to Midnight, which had some good stuff on it. I know people didn't like how they were constantly changing their sound, but I don't know. I'm all for bands experimenting and trying new stuff all the time. Now to Be Young Again, Minutes to Midnight was very samey. There's still some good stuff on it. I mean, it's been years since I've listened to the album, but I feel like there was some decent stuff on it. Oh no! How could we let this happen? We literally just watched them do it instead of taking the elemental stars from them after we beat them into a pulp. Oops. Simultaneously, here's a question for you, chat. We're an adept, right? Isaac, adept. Seems to align with Venus. Why don't I get the power-ups that these two nerds are getting? Where's my epic power-up? See, I'm trying to think of, like, now that you've brought up, like, Linkin Park, I'm trying to think of, like, some of the other music I used to listen to in high school a lot. I listened to a lot of Goo Goo Dolls, actually. As far as, like, stuff I listened to in high school. A lot of Goo Goo Dolls, a lot of... I was doing a lot of stuff, actually. Because I would waffle between, like, listening to a lot of, like, rock stuff. Or, like, classic rock. And then also listening to, like, a lot of, like, singer-songwriter stuff, like Sarah Bareilles or John McLaughlin. To be in high school where I could hit the high notes that, like, Sarah Bareilles would sing. I can't do that anymore, and I will not try. It has been years since I could hit those notes. It was nice when I could, though. It's like, oh, damn. I can actually kind of, you know, sing a little bit. Now it's like, well, my voice is trash. At least for my range is trash. Just because I'm out of practice, so out of practice at this point. Because I so rarely sing anymore. I come here for the looks, not your streamer voice. Thanks, I guess. All right, what do we do here? I don't think we sap. I think we drop like a clay spire on this nerd? Or Ragnarok. Oh, here's a question. Where does Ragnarok fall when like the damage? Is it physical damage or is Ragnarok earth damage? Guess I could I check? Nah, doesn't look like I can. We'll try Ragnarok. Heck it. Heck it. Let's flash. So that way we got a chance for our stuff to come back a little bit. Seal of Foes Synergy, I guess? And then just wish through everything. Or actually I didn't need to wish this turn, I could have sleeted or whatever. It's fine. How much damage does this do? 127, okay. We'll hold him for a turn now. Get Corona up again. Rise of Storm. Get Kite going. Lowers attack. Or we'll try to lower his attack. Create a mighty earthen barrier. Start. Let's use Vine now. Granted up this turn. Resist up this turn. See if we can try to poison it for grins. Fever. Try to paralyze. I actually just kind of, I guess we could, let's just summon hers. Let's just summon Mercury here. Whew, damage. Alright, and hopefully this doesn't murk Ivan. If it does, I'll be sad. Okay, we're surviving. We're living. We are living. Squishy baby survived Pog. Yeah, now we drop the hammer. Quite literally. I'll let this one play out again. Believe it or not, this is going significantly better than it went last time. Something about, you know, actually being able to use my Jin and skills is making this go a little bit easier. Instead of having Garrett just kind of be like, I don't feel like healing you. Easy dub. Oh shit! What a timing, Gordle. How did you know? Gordle's doing the math. How did we lose? We're superior in every way, but still we were defeated. They just fell into the lighthouse. Get them out! We did it, we won. We beat them. But have we really won? No, we haven't. All our efforts were for naught. What are you talking about? We did everything we could. Sure, we couldn't save the Venus lighthouse, but we beat them. They're gone. You saw them two fall down into the pit. You don't have to worry about any more beacons being lit. But Felix is gone and he's taken Sheba. And the staff needed to light the next lighthouse. Oh wait, herp-de-derp. What's with you guys? What are you looking at? Felix! Did you finish them? No one knew their power better than I did. If you destroyed them, then I am no match for you now. I must go. Come! Wait! Why do you run from us? They fell into the White House. It's over. Poor fools, if you think it's over, you're sadly mistaken. If you plan to light the other beacons, you still need the elemental stars. We have them. They're gone, Felix. You don't have to light the beacons anymore. Yes, I do. If I don't light the beacons, what happens? It's no use talking about it. Just wait and see. If you won't release Sheba, we'll take her back. That didn't happen the last White House that lit up. Last White House that lit up was, intact. Had some water coming out of it, saving a bunch of people's lives. You know, it was a bit of a 50-50. You know, bad versus good. This is, the White House. They're too far away. We can't reach Felix. That's not all. There's light coming down from below. I don't see the issue. No! Sheba! Hold on, Sheba. Take my hand. I can't. You must try. If you don't, you'll fall. Look down. The foundations of the lighthouse are crumbling. Why is this happening? Is it to protect Venus Lighthouse? I'm slipping. I can't hold on any longer. No! Don't let go. You can't. You... Goodbye, Felix. Oh, fuck. They just killed her. Oh, shit. Sheba! No, I won't let you die. Oh, well, Felix is dead. Sheba fell after that last tremor. Felix didn't dive into the sea after her, did he? Or was that his sister? Was she the one girl who was an adept you ran into earlier, or was she that his sister? She was the adept we ran into earlier, and we could read her mind, and she was like, what was that? Oh, no, never mind. She's a Jupiter adept. She is another Jupiter adept. As far as we know. That's who I thought. Yeah, no. Jenna was already taken from here. We don't know where Jenna is now. Can't believe he did that from so high up. You idiot, Felix! I can't believe he said he'd light the other beacons. We would have had to fight him if this hadn't happened. But he sacrificed himself to save Sheba. He's not like Saturos. I'm at a loss. We have to decide what to do next. What to do? What can we do? What about Jenna and the others at Itajima? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Jenna. Listen, we've got to find Jenna. Look at that. Angel's come back to his senses. Shouldn't we go find Jenna and the others right away? It's about time you started agreeing with me. Angel, you'll have to tell Jenna about Felix. And it'll be hard, but you'll be there to comfort her. What's the matter, Garrett? Just thinking. How the heck are we supposed to get down? Good point. This is going to make leaving very difficult. It's back to normal? That was odd. What's going on around here? I don't think we'll ever know. See, I don't see... Problems are only a problem if you look at them, chat. As a silly panda streamer says many times, problems are only a problem if you're looking at them. At least now we can go search for Jenna and the others. Alright, let's go. It's time to find Jenna. And so we left. But despite a long and tiring search, Jenna was nowhere to be found. Tone change! What? What is that musical tone change? Oh, that's so out of place. Oh, GBA limitations are hurt that so bad. This needs serious music, and it's just... I'm glad you're liking the dance emote. That's the close. I've had one of those, but the dance emote is a good replacement for those that don't have access to one. How did the search for Sheba turn out? Well, you see, we ain't found shit. Seas are too rough to search. There's no sign of her on land. Toby is responsible for Sheba's fate. No apology can reflect the sorrow I feel at your loss, Farron. All we can do for Sheba now is hope. Tell me, what of Jenna and the others? Same, we've searched all over. They're nowhere to be found. The ground tore apart from the shock of the lighthouse and the ship. Apparently everything at Idejima, including the ship, was swept away. So Idejima itself was washed out to sea? Incredible. The cave too has been flooded. I think Jen and the others are still alive. They may have been washed out to sea with Idejima. We decided to continue searching for Jenna. Haven't we? Sure. Do not worry about Sheba. I hope you were able to find Jenna. We'll find Sheba without fail. She's been in dangerous situations before and lived. This time, I believe it was nothing short of a miracle. Who knew the sea would rise up to the lighthouse just as she fell? Can you really call that a miracle? Do you think it was just good luck? Let's call it mere coincidence for now. Nothing is coincidental when it comes to this child. Do you believe Sheba survived? I'm sure of it. Just because Sheba was an adept? Adept? What's that? Well, it's complicated. It's someone with abilities like theirs. You and your friends are truly amazing. We're to enter the ancient ruins and get to Venus Lighthouse. Sheba was different. She couldn't enter the ruins. That's because Sheba's abilities are different from theirs. Should anyone break it to them that water sucks at breaking falls? Shh. Fine. It's totally fine. No matter how many times I explain that to Farron, he doesn't get it. Garrett, don't be rude. We don't have time to talk. We've got to go. That's right. I didn't mean to keep you. That didn't come out right. We mean that while we're talking, and the others are lost at sea. I understand your desire to leave as soon as possible. Seas have been very rough since the beacon was lit. Be careful. You too. Farewell. And farewell! Please wait for me outside Farron's house. I wish to speak with you. Okay. Where are you going? Oh, wait, did you forget? No. There we go. Thanks for waiting for me. Give me the black orb. No doubt have guessed. I need to speak with you about Lemuria. The island of the ancients far out to sea. If you not find Jenna, you return to Venus Lighthouse. The base of the lighthouse was flooded, so we couldn't get out. That's when you gazed out to sea, as you promised Babby you would. We saw an area wrapped in mist. I remembered how Babby said Lemuria was always covered in mist. Not sure, but I'm beginning to think that may be Lemuria. If it is, then Babby's life could be saved. Yes. Guess we have no choice but to go. Good. It's settled. I'll make arrangements for you to leave at once. I have to find Jenna first. That is the other reason I wanted to see you, to give you this. Isn't that? You'll need it to sail Babby's ship. I thought the ship we saw at Itajima was Babby's. His ship is here in Olivero. The ship at the peninsula is Saturos' ship? Perhaps. We have no way of finding that out now. Yes, they're gone. But now we can sail the ship of the ancients. Wait. So if we just camped out the ship, we could have solved so many... Ooh! God damn it. Certainly will aid us in our search for Jenna. Babby told me the ship of the ancients is an incredible vessel. I'll make your search for Jenna easier. We appreciate it. I want you to find Lemuria as soon as possible. I promised Babby we would find Lemuria. We'll not fail him. Docked at the edge of town, you'll know it when you see it. Was that... I thought that was the final boss. Was that not the final boss? How much more of this game do I have? Did chat debate you? I have no idea. It could have been that was just the second difficulty spike. The wiki says that was the final boss. So what am I doing now? I wanted debate so bad. Where's this boat? Where's my boat? Wait, can I not leave town? Head to that wharf the soldier in town was guarding. Wait. This is where Babby's ship was. Again, reiterating the point. Who names their kid Babby? Who does that to their child? Can I for the walls? Sure. Like, I assumed I'd already, like, I've gone through effectively the pit of 100 trials. I've beaten what seems to be the final boss. I have no idea what this is. Unless this is, like, where the game cuts, and then this is where the second game picks up. That makes sense. Looks like it's finally time to leave Gondolin. It's been so strange, we've been traveling for so long. It feels like we've only just begun. Now that I think about it, so many things have happened. Our journey will be over as soon as we find Jenna, right? Not really. One journey but the beginning of another. No way! Didn't forget, did you, Garrett? The game doesn't end till you're in mid-level 40s. You'll explore all continents. Oh my god. I wonder what kind of place Lemuria is. To find Jenna before going to Lemuria, don't we? This will be our first time on the ocean. So this is the ocean Kraden wanted me to see. Very rough. Do you think we'll be okay? Yeah. Lemurian ship. We'll be fine. And credits. Wow! So that they get you to here. Only 25 hours max. Well, shit. This is a good game. You know Hello Kitty would be right up your alley. No. You're gonna stream part 2 next stream? Probably not, because at this point, let's see, what time is it? It's 11:36. I'm actually gonna be swapping over to the new Ace Attorney game that came out literally yesterday, which is a complete and total pivot. I don't know when I'll stream the next one of these. I definitely want to. Maybe next year you can play part 2. Honestly, I'll probably, that's right, it's in your title. Oh, no worries. I want to play the second one. I mean, there's not tons and tons. I want to play Ace Attorney, and that'll carry me over a bit until, like, Back 4 Blood comes out. After that, I don't know. I mean, I don't play tons and tons of games when they release and stuff. So, when's Back 4 Blood? If you pre-order it, there is the open beta for August 4th. Otherwise, it's October. Play with me, streamer. I'm more toxic IRL. Is that a good thing or... And that's not... I don't don't know if that'd be good for the stream. I'm trying to be decidedly not toxic. That's why I don't play stuff that's gonna get me tilted on stream much. Okay. Let me correct that statement. Because I do play stuff that should tilt people. I try to take my foot off the gas when I start getting tilted. But that's also why I don't really do a lot of, like, you know, PvP stuff on stream. Or multiplayer stuff. Unless I'm playing with friends. Alright. We beat the game. Oh, what the? What? What this? Oh, Kraden. How long will this island continue to drift? Wait, you didn't save it. It's fine. I don't know, I wish you could tell me. There's no help in times like this. I'm hungry. How can you think about food? Wonder what happened to my brother. Can't be certain, but it looks like they lit the Venus beacon. You don't have to tell me that. That's how we wound up adrift at sea, right? So cranky today. Well, I suppose you must be worried about Felix. Each one of his friends must have been nearby too. They probably were. Miss them. Something I wish to show you. Walk this way. Walk this way! Felix! Shimmer. They're alive. They're alive. What is this, Alex? What happened? Oh yeah, that dude. To be continued! Wow, that's like a... That is a hard to be continued. That's not often you see that in a game. Like, that's straight up just like a... straight up hard cut. Normally that's like your insert disc 2 moment. Damn. Alrighty. Now it's time for something a little different. Alright. How do I want to do this? Yeah, you better go buy Golden Sun too. Alright. Hell yeah. God, this music is so freaking good. Alright, can I make the vibration? Alright. Oh, I can play with controller. What am I doing? Why am I using a freaking mouse for this? Chat, what am I doing? Yes. Borderless windowed. Wait, there's no full screen option? Okay, VSync, we can turn that off. Reader, turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentation of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. Some accolades may not be available to you. Huh, that's cool. So someone who just wants to like get the story without having to, you know, solve all the puzzles and everything can actually just turn that on and experience the game. That's nice. I like that. We'll do 0.5 for wait time. All right, it's time, chat. It is time. God, I've been hyped for this for months. Like, straight up months. You know what I'm thinking? What, are you gonna not watch the stream? Oh, you're actually gonna watch me play this. I'm surprised. Cookies and milk is a good time though. Hey Kirby, you picked a fantastic time to come back. You picked a fantastic time to tune in. We are getting comfy. Golden Sun is beaten. We finished Golden Sun and we finished Crossbones. I may have gotten walled last night at the boss and decided it was in my best interest at 4:30 in the morning to say, the hell with it, let's do this tomorrow. Good day. It's been a very good day. At least the first case that I've seen it before. That's true. Let's kick it off.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I was watching a Pokemon Wonderlock and it ended tonight. Nice. Bienvenue au La Carnival. I have no idea if that was good French. I apologize if it was terrible. It was. It's okay. Look, I took Spanish in high school, and it was a long time ago I took Spanish. It was only 4 years, and to be quite frank, the 4th year, half of it was watching a Spanish telenovela and trying to translate it, and the other half was making a piñata. So really, it was like 3 3/4. I understood what you meant without reading. Well, that's good enough. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save a glass, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Just for anybody that's not aware, you might not, this is right here, you'll pick up one thing. This is about Phoenix Wright's ancestor. That's where you get the whole Naruhodo thing. His name isn't translated to Wright, but in Japanese, the translation is basically the equivalent of I see or I get it. So the name isn't translated, but that's kind of the idea. So with like a lot of the Japanese names, they try to come up with like an English version of them because Phoenix Wright's based in America. But they can't do that because now this game takes place in, or partially in, Japan. We get the translator notes. I wouldn't say the translator notes. These are poor translator notes. It's just a little tidbit of knowledge, in case people might not know. Yeah, this is supposed to be Phoenix Wright's ancestor. Now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Is that Ejipu's ancestor? I don't believe so. I don't think so. Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Cosmo, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go. Again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten it up. Hold your head high. What do you mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent. Rinosuke. Is it Larry's ancestor? That seems even less likely. Yeah, I don't know how. The reason I know about Phoenix Wright is just, like, that's pretty, I don't know if I would call it common knowledge, but it's fairly well known, at least. As for other character names, I have no idea how their English translations might go. This game's never been translated to English until now. Officially. This first game has an English ROM hack that came out like last year, I want to say. Was it in 2019? I don't think it was 2019, was it? It took a long time for the fan translation to come out for the first game, and they were working on the second. But they didn't do it, to my knowledge. Ah, okay. There. Kitten's got the deets. But yeah. For a long time, this was probably never planned to be translated until the first 3 games did so well. Is there a backstory of the judge? Is there a young judge in this? I don't remember. That's a good question, Cordell. My memory's not great. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive. Considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The times they are changing. We're impressed. We've got people like that are in high school acting as lawyers in the Phoenix Wright universe. These people are still in their college undergraduate. Japan had different standards for lawyers. Clearly at least a little more strict compared to America, who lets high school students be lawyers. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old here in Japan, anyway. Shh. Fake Japan versus fake America. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said the exact same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been dreaming forever for this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm happy for you, and proud as your friend. Not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple, causing his headband to wave furiously, despite there being no other wind around. It's very anime. I want to bring change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it. Then come with me. Is Maestro... Maestro's hungry? You could pawn him off on... You could pawn Maestro off on me. Alright. Looks like this stuff won't take up too much screen space. Pawn him off. Come here. Give me the cat. Give cat. What? No, give cat. I want cat. What are you? Yeah, yes, pawn him off on me. I want the kitty. Yes, cat. Yes, I have cat. He is looking furiously at the kitchen. He immediately ran back. Come with me. We'd have a wild time, tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Only we're that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Runya doesn't like murders. Yeah, he's probably fed up with all the times I've played these games on stream. He sat with me a bunch through the first 3, though. But my desk had more space on him. There's more space for him. See you in English class tomorrow, then. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To His Excellency's chambers? Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result.
Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
I see. I'll go at once then.
I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. See you in the courtroom. Yeah. Thanks, Cosmo. This is awkward.
If I may.
Yes, sorry?
You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University.
Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Heard that name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing for the government to agree to Cosmo studying abroad.
Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know.
Know what?
Well, as you no doubt heard, Sogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again.
What?
Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Sogi may have chosen not to tell you.
He's agreed to defend me knowing if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do something like that?
The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances.
I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer.
I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Oh, it's so good. These strings are so good. Sorry, what do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway.
But then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything. I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right. So...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, you would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. Allow me to summarize. Cosmo Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear in court? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Cosmo's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. So, absolutely no idea of what lay ahead. I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Wow, rude. They gotta go. They don't have a lot of time. 22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. So, this is a courtroom. He looks a little similar to Phoenix, right? Right? You can see it in his face. Those eyes. Well, I mean, he's been accused of murder. And it's his first time in court. He's a little nervous. I'm more impressed by these. Look at these. So magnificent. So wavy. He has the same lost puppy eyes. True. Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't... Yo, we're panning around? Yo! 3D and panning through the court. Let's go. This is cool. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have demanded that the powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Rinosuke. It's about to begin. And there's your answer, Gordle. There is your answer. It's the judge!
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
Don't be. What?
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikoto told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that really. It's just that, well, on the off chance things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotowa shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruto-san? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. If you weren't sure he looked like Phoenix before, now he really does. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, premier university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of court are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the test you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Promise me you won't judge me too hard when you look at the cookies later. Promise me you won't judge me when you realize how much whiskey I've consumed.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Oh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. Oh, what was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But
I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of right bumper. You ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just had to press right bumper for the court record? Alright, no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead. Right bumper. No, I want to look at the other thingy. You'll find the details about the victim in here. When you're done, press B to go back. So remember, everything to do with the court case can be found in the court record. So smooth. It is so goddamn smooth. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, and then press Y to present. Try it now. Second year at Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Medical professor, Imperial Yume University. An authority in forensic medicine, Cosmo's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi, lead prosecutor in this case, would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, victim of this case, a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago.
Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it?
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. It bothers me there isn't a period after the doctor. That's such a little thing. Good idea. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. We'll see you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, Let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. Was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh, I love this so much. It is a little thing. Yeah, periods are pretty small. Male British time of death, 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Renosuke. Remember, in the court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it?
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws the conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court record.
Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detailing is incredible.
Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's
it's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
You are coughing up something that ain't phlegm. Someone get this man to a doctor. That was blood. That ain't healthy. Kirby, you're the doc. You're the closest thing we have to a doctor here. If he's coughing up blood, is it bad? I think it's bad.
Well, it really should.
He's a bioweapon.
What? As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
All jokes aside, it depends on the color of the blood.
Really?
Huh. So, like, there's, like, more okay colors of blood to cough up than others? I figured if you were coughing up blood at all, it'd just be bad. The darker it is, the more grave. Okay, so on a scale of, like, fucked... So basically, coughing up blood is on a scale of fucked to super fucked. Instead of just being like, well, that's kind of okay. But it's just bad all around. Because it's more concentrated? Oh, And see, Red Cross doesn't really go over this. And I haven't had Red Cross training in years. It could be little tears in your esophagus. Okay, well, I guess that's true. I have not had, like, medical training, like, done any kind of, like, emergency responder, first aid, medical Red Cross training in years. So my knowledge is gone at this point. Because I just assume that shit changes, because that stuff changes so frequently.
Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring, maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes! Hold on. Let me clarify something. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the victim's witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
What?
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Inosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Because the wound is deeper, which means the blood gets digested, which is a sign of internal bleeding. Since the blood is digested, it changes color. Light red is concerning, of course, but not as life-threatening. So yeah, fucked to super fucked. Or lightly fucked to super fucked might be more accurate.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here today in court.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did you just say?
There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? Well, that's not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Inamei University otherwise. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. Look at his face. His face is so good. He's just like, come on. Why are you... I know I just told you to do a thing, but also stop doing that thing. Can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. All right, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Yeah, just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there a chance you are mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look, if you'd like.
Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well,
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer. Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
well, of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered. The waiter's business card has been entered in the court record. So what about that? It seems strange.
So, the court has now heard a précis of this case.
Let's take a quick look.
Let's zoom in on this a little bit more. A little bit more. So, what do we got here? I don't know what this magnifying glass seems really strange. It doesn't really help me at all. But we're gonna zoom around with it anyways. So we have. Is my mouse showing up? No. But we have an entrance to this. We got this entrance over here and the kitchen over here. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So what a... Let's see. He was shot here. Or he's in the seat when he was shot. Why doesn't he like this? This will probably make a bit more sense. He's putting away cookery and cutlery in the kitchen. Right? Well, assuming that the lady is like sitting... You know, here, maybe you'd have a harder time seeing it. Or maybe they were at a different table and they swapped seats or something. I don't know. We'll worry about that later.
Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency?
if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Cosmo? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it. So is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you are innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? The what? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocent by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is.
Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. I can be your angel or I can be your devil. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
That guy is an incel. What is prompted you calling Payne's ancestor
to be an incel. What? I've heard a lot of takes about pain, but that's a new one. Goddamn. I'm not even, I need to hear this. I need to know. He's playing nice guy. I don't even... But he calls women whores. Where are you pulling this from? Or is this all just like off of how he's talking so far? My feminine instincts. Well, as Kitten, she'll tell you. What do you think, Kitten? He's a bit of a douche canoe, but not sure if incel. Still on trial. Oh god, why is Maestro zooming? See? Wait a minute, hey, you're not supposed to... Maestro! What did I just hear? Well, he zoomed from the hallway over to the footstool, and I called him out when he started trying to claw it. And from there, he panicked because I called him out on it, and then zoomed over to the door and started meowing at you. We have like a wicker footstool that he sometimes tries to go after when he wants our attention. But if we call him out on it from a distance, he's just like, oh shit, they know? How do they know? Mom, you can't contain his power. I mean, we can try. Now he's still hungry. We've been bumping up his food a little bit since we're doing all wet food right now until he's fully recovered from his tooth pullings. We've had to completely, like, we're used to just like leaving out dry food for him, so now we can't, which is kind of, so it's been janky. Oh my god. I just looked at my activity feed and I just see literally just take a sip. Gordle, how much are you trying to get me to sip? What?
Might be a bloodhound, I'm sorry.
I think you're a bloodhound. I haven't had that much, Jesus.
No, very well.
You can smell the booze from that far away?
Yeah.
That's honestly impressive. I'm impressed you can smell it from that far. God damn it. For what it's worth, if you are curious as to what I'm drinking, or care at all, I am polishing off a bottle of this. Not what I had first tonight, but what I was drinking before. The first glass I had tonight was also different. This is what I'm polishing off. A bottle a coworker got me after I finished up working on Ratchet. It's very good. Drinking it neat as well. My booze sensing ability is strong. Yeah, kitten. Congrats again. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll talk more about it once things are slightly more official. Like, I've signed the contract, accepting the offer, but I'll wait a bit just for safety's sake. And yeah, Kaden has a freaking bloodhound nose. And absolutely, she cannot. Everything tastes terrible to her. Literally anything fermented is bad. I've tried multiple options over the years, and I've given up hope, which is probably for the best. I mean, she's medicated, so booze plus meds is bad anyways. But there was a part of me that's like, oh, well, if we try maybe something different, it could work maybe, and, you know, we could share a drink. But, nah, not worth it. So, I drink, and she stays sober, and that's fine. I did, however, learn in the course of this that I really like sake, and that I should not have sake. Because I will plow through sake like no one's business. I can chug sake. It is good stuff. I drink whiskey now, but sake is so smooth. Yeah, I agree, Cordell. I'm a fan of Dorado rum. I have not had rum in years, actually. The last time I had rum was when I was still at my parents' place. And I was doing like rum and coke and whatnot. But I have not had rum, like rum on the rocks or... I don't know, I guess I've had rum since I've been out here, but I've always done rum and coke. That's just how I've always done rum. I've never done it neat or on the rocks or anything like that. Sake is served in tiny containers. I mean, sake is served in tiny containers if you're not serving yourself. Serve yourself the liquor. And you can put it in whatever container size you want. Like, this is what I'm using to drink whiskey. I'm drinking out of a frickin' IKEA glass, like 50-cent IKEA glass. Let's be real here. This isn't a great whiskey glass. Conveniently enough, though, 2 ice cubes I found from our ice cube tray ends up being about 2 fingers of whiskey, so it's pretty good. It's actually a pretty solid measurement. It's about this line right here. So it works out pretty well. True, I was at a restaurant. Ah, yeah, that'll get you. I haven't had sake at a restaurant ever, actually. I don't think I've ever been at a restaurant that served sake. I drink everything out of a soup mug. A man after my own heart. Yeah, I use these for the most part. Don't forget to sip water to help with hydration. Dehydration. Yep, I got a water bottle right here. And I've been chomping on some chocolate too for some calories to help go down. Yeah, no. I know not to drink without other stuff. I've made these mistakes before, and I've learned from them. Yeah, actually, probably the most I ever consumed on stream, because I do drink on stream sometimes, usually not much, but the last time I got a job offer, oh man, I probably got thoroughly sloshed. Aprella will attest to that. I was playing Darkest Dungeon while just completely hammered. It was fun though, for the most part. I'm not gonna do that again, though. I'm not gonna get thoroughly hammered.
Witness, kindly state your names and occupation for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant. Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effervescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Kurekuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma in the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. Sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell them his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, both you witnessed the precise moment this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir!
It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir!
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Knees weak, palms are sweaty. You're sweaty on his gakurin already.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Why is that man jittering so much? Look at him. He's just going. I could just never move this forward, and we could turn this old man into a perpetual motion machine and power countries. Look at him go. Just wiggling. Maybe he's why the light is like flickering up and down next to him. You just have him on a treadmill, like underneath the stand. He's just running. Pavel.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Put that knife away, please. Thank you.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be a...
Please put the knife away. He's gonna You know the Christmas story when they're like, "You'll shoot your eye out, kid." You'll stab your eye out, Grandpa. That's what I get the feeling from him.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. When I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine?
Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the... What, in the name of the Emperor, is the meaning of this outburst?
The defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo's so commanding. Alright, Ryunosuke, stop simping for your friend. I know that headband waving in the constant breeze is very scintillating, but please, the courtroom is not the place to be simping.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just the case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. Let him simp. In the courtroom, Kirby? In the courtroom? There is a time and a place. The courtroom isn't a good place to simp. They could simp in English class next Monday. Yes, it is. Damn it, Gordle. I don't know. There's some Stan-worthy characters in this courtroom. Emotions run wild. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. All right, then. It's all or nothing. I really, really love, by the way, the contrast between his slam, where he's just like, bam, and then you just have this like tiny little slap. It's so good. That was so good. I want to high five that sound designer. So bad. I wasn't just a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant. All right. Oh wow, they don't even give me a chance to like go over what I'm supposed to do for this.
Yes.
Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Just anything that bothers you. All right, then. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could not receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? T-shirt! Cutlet is a delicious cut of a veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Ugh. Sorry, I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying? Negative! Well, at least we warned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden carrier military gentleman.
Yes.
Did I get an achievement? Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. Trust a witness during the first conversation. There's really an achievement for that? That is wild that that's an achievement. Wait, I have to take 2 sips. Hold on a second.
A Koban boy.
Sip water 2. Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? Sip water 2, you doofus. I'm sometimes sipping water.
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said items secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent, cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present.
So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, who you met at the restaurant?
Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so?
Well,
You little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination.
wait, wouldn't that be insubordination? Water's tasty, like Salt 2 and Ibex Warriors to us. No, I didn't say anything. Although, penniless might be just the word I was looking for.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. A gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
I see.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying you actually saw me at the time?
Affirmative! I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian.
But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun.
Arg! And double arg! My sixth sense.
I'm sorry?
My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet.
Surely that's not possible, is it?
Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son?
Well, it would seem the soldier's absolutely convinced he saw you do the deed. This isn't good.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
Ugh. I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform?
Well, there's someone standing right next to me and fits the description as well, but...
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded a firearm on that man from behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me.
That, like, just slow turn is so good. With the blink. What is it, Rinosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that Sergeant said, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind.
In that case, check back over the details, evidence you've gathered in the courtroom record. And if you find any inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Yo, don't pull it. Why is he pulling a sword out? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. It's time.
Yes!
Phrasing?
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my mustache?
Inconsistencies, sir.
I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense! What can this document possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Yes. I hope you're ready for Cosmos theme.
Cosmo, what? What are you talking about?
Instant banger status. It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iasa Nosa.
Yes, sir. What is, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because...
What? Oh, hi. I thought you were telling me to tone it down some or something. What? There wasn't that much left for what it's worth. Look, see, there's not much left. Heaven. Well, Kitten just gave me a slightly judging look. Take a sip. For what it's worth, there really was just up to this line left in liquor. There really wasn't that much left. It was like 2 fingers. This is like probably about 2.5 drinks. I've probably like 2.5 drinks. Concerned, not grump. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Duh! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, yeah. Well, what was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Noosa?
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable.
Until the moment I heard the firearms charge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ienosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh! That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh. Gah! What a freaking slapback! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at that victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed, the Holy Era Kaban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visited that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop rasute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day under scrutiny, he was to the military man, and I proffered my hoy treasure. Believe it that he would purchase such a rare find? I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished.
Well, come on. Vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed, I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, that precious hoy Koban, was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict of this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have bled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as clerical glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Aido, Teen Shun. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn well, my boy.
It's me, I did it. Kirby, what? Yes, the true culprit was Ayaya all along. Was the Ayaya baby all along, chat. Look at him. Look at he's so happy. He's so happy. He took his dad's pistol and he went bakoom.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment that firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Kidding.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman, Overman and out.
Yes!
These testimonies are...
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
That doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Yeah, I don't understand. What's going on here?
It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. Carbonated water. Hell yeah. Soda streams. Let's go. Definitely not champagne. Alright. That should probably be the last of the whiskey I have tonight. For general being smart's sake. I have more, but I don't really need to polish off more than one bottle. No more whiskey. Whip sip. Only water. I do have some rye whiskey that I've been like plugging through, but I'm gonna drink water, Gordle. I'm not gonna drink a glass of water, please. This is a chunky boy. It has a lot of water in it. Drink a lot of glass of water, please. Don't worry. I made sure I had this for a reason. And if I run out, I can always grab some of the stuff from the soda stream as well. Actually, the stuff that's in the fridge should probably be cool by now. Big sip. Should I just have like a gulp redeem so it's cheaper? Like a discounted gulp redeem? Like a 300 point take a gulp. A gulp is worth 5 sips. ASMR sip. How does one sip ASMR style? That doesn't even... How do you do that? I don't know how you do that. I guess I need a straw, maybe. I don't know, I'm not a streamer. I don't know, I don't do ASMR. Does this look like an ASMR channel to you? He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. The sound designer. Must be ASMR. Alright. Fair play. Fair play. Maybe I should get into this ASMR thing. I mean, it is sound design in a way. And I'm not lying when I say I am slightly intrigued by it. But I feel like game sound design ASMR is probably wildly different than what like normal ASMR is. Cause like game design sound ASMR is probably gonna be more like messing with shit in a Foley room. And like normal ASMR is gonna be like people doing things into a mic. Like very specific like vocalizations or whatever. It can't be that different. Mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is one of the first things I would think of. Is just recording mac and cheese. Just that's just stirring that around into a mic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anyone that's just like, alright, I'm out. I'm done.
For what it's worth, I have done that before. I don't know where those samples ended up. The Pro is still my old laptop, I would imagine. Maybe. The worst part is I don't even make mac and cheese that way anymore, so I can't record it in that way. I don't do like the whole make the mac and cheese with the roux and then bacon and whatever. Nowadays, I just do like the different version. Game. Oh, what? I should go back to playing the game instead of making mac and cheese sounds. Fine. Fine. I'll play the game. More game. I swear, I saw that woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard.
We're here for content.
The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no doubt for further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires. It's an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. Like I'm about to draw my sword on this bitch. I don't know, Cosmo.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Yes!
No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire the gun.
We have a difference of opinion then. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact. I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what?
Ding, shot. The sound of a firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you?
And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kurikuda-san?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true. I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet. So I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of evidence beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
I don't know if those are equal.
Anyway, the fact remains myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ugh. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it's already past 2 a.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. Ugh, I know. Of course the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes,
Your Excellency, Excellency.
there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is this? What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed be an entry for the date in question.
Thanks, Mr. Judge. Yes, the Hota Clinic. Not to, compare it to the Hottie Clinic of Phoenix Wright fame.
November 19th, noon. Noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on this case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence, if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence? Hell yeah!
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
Oh boy! More things to look at. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem to be relevant at first. Right. I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuda-san.
Day after the festival. That is a Japanese ism that they could not translate to English. Or they translated it literally, but they probably couldn't find a good comparison. Medical report card from the Hoda Clinic found the victim's pocket. Okay, so I can't examine it yet. We can't examine this photograph. Interestingly enough, his chair is to the back of the table. So he's basically turned around. He's not like facing forward. Which we can see here. Also worth noting, the meat. Perchance. Although that might be an angle thing.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. No one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman.
Yes!
Oh, why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. Those are the ones you may examine. Press A. You can take a closer look at that piece of evidence in question. Right stick. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using left stick. Oh yeah. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Now the crosshairs start to pulsate.
Press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining in more detail. Alright.
Oh, alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the sticks and A. Alright. Twin stick shooter, let's go. Zoop-a-doop. It says Hoda Clinic on this medical report card. Yeah, I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Whoop! Hello, dentist. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why with a family doctor. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, hmm? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, painful injections, and then they demand a lot of money from you for the privilege, all while you're at your lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. What do we got here? Well, well. Oh ho ho! Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice for the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. No food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like an information worth bearing in mind. Well, well, well. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment, it's almost the same thing. Pointing his gun at the foreign man. He was that young lad in black. How much I did see myself. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Alone. Dining by himself. No one other than the uniformed cadet could have done that. We're gonna save here just to be ultra sure. And we're gonna present. Oh god. I wanted to present this. Why am I examining it? Good cat position on screen. Looks like it's being hugged during the tutorial dialogue. I didn't even notice. I just wanted to present this info. Oh, I need to press Y.
Yes!
There we go. I did it. I pressed A, didn't I? Well, I think,
What are you wittering on about, lad?
I wish I could, but first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosmo. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Say what you're thinking. All right. Thanks for the advice. Horikuri-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
I'm sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the witness was murdered at the restaurant. Or the victim,
not the witness.
whatever he may have or may not have done before that time is irrelevant.
But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil who was there at the scene of the crime.
The first slam we get. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I would. How could I possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this? What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just now, what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat. So what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korakura-san!
What? What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yes, most definitely.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, is eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel.
Counsel? No, that's me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was. I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know the victim could not have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have an issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
What? What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving out your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san?
No, no, hey.
You were just following orders?
No, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep their mouths shut?
Well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspired to this murder, are you?
you wouldn't.
This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Euchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean,
to wield that kind of influence. There's only a handful of possibilities. It could have been the government, the military, the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut? Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before. Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything. Make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency, I'm gonna look at the court record first. So who do we have in the court record? We have a whole slew of people. Owner of Rasute, who was hunting for a lost Hoe Era gold Koban coin at the time of the incident. Army Sergeant of the Empire of Japan, who witnessed the incident. Satoru Hosonaga, head waiter of the European-style restaurant La Carnival, serving there on the day of the incident. Lead prosecutor, medical professor, Kazuma's mentor. Let's have a look at the evidence, though. Oh, yeah. My personal student number is engraved on the back of here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Ah, the symbol of Unime University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. I relate, dude, so hard. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? I like these drums way too much. So he's been shot, right? So it's interesting. So we have something very, 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 very interessante here. If he's not eating this food, why is he sitting in this chair, right? We've got carbonated water here as well. But why is he sitting in this chair where the food is? Oh! That's not a waiter. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. That's not a waiter at all. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. his job. Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. No, well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Well, for once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth! The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail. I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card. That's of interest.
I beg your pardon.
Or, should I say the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what the telling detail is.
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely...
Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power. As far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Well,
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle, but I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah! Of course, your salary must be... I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you, that at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Cosmo?
UMay University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain one of them, studying the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Ms. Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMay University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, that this premise is false. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir?
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way.
Except maybe dying from blood loss because I'm coughing up too much blood. My God, see a doctor, Hosonaga-san.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Your Excellency.
Good. We will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Okay, we hit the pause point. Do I call it quits? Or do I keep going? I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Which is honestly about when I normally call it quits. I'm wondering if I should call it quits for the night and finish this case tomorrow. Don't stay up till 4 like a goob. Honestly, we made really good progress. I'm fine going really, really slow in this and just taking my time and chilling. We beat Golden Sun tonight. We had a lot of fun. 5.5 hours. And it's like 2:16. It's a little early, but given how long it took, I mean, I started this case at 11:30? And I know it's the tutorial case, but goddamn, it's taken a while to get through this. So I can only imagine that we still have another half of a case to go. It might be in my best interest to call it quits here for the night. And call it early. Especially since I stayed up till 4:30 last night. That way I can, snack, drink water, not get a hangover tomorrow, that kind of thing. Which is kind of preferable. Weak hours. I mean, I'm tempted to keep going, Manny. Don't get me wrong, I'm tempted. How are you doing, by the way? I want to keep going. I'm doing good. Oh, whoa. That's good to hear. I am doing good too. I thought I'd give you shit. I welcome the shit. I am like 2.5 drinks in. I welcome any shit. I'm ready to tussle. I will say, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I need to pee. I have consumed much liquids. So give me like a couple minutes. and we'll figure this out. I think I'll probably try to finish this tonight. You know what? Hell with it. Hell with it. Many sips head. That way, at least I can start tomorrow with a fresh case. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Alright. Nothing acquired. I should probably snack on something. I don't know if Gordo's up, but I have these banana chips here. They look like a perfect candidate. Yeah. Solid candidate. All right. Let's go. Let's make some mistakes. $11:38 a.m. Wow, it took like 2.5 hours in game, and it took like 2.5 hours in real life. Or more. Pretty accurate. We're on time, chat. You go bed. You have work tomorrow. You have... BRB still up. Hush. Hush. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm gonna consume some food to help stave off the hangover potential.
Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. Drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. I'm surprised there wasn't vomit on your Gakarin already. Did you have any spaghetti or ramen already? Lately. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh, forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Ms. Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you.
Professor Mikotoba!
Well, it seems I was right.
The pair of you make an outstanding team.
You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, well, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help it. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Cosmo?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Cosmo?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget what we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Make your way inside the court at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dreams of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street, with an extra large portion, of course. Extra meat builds extra muscles, chat. November 22nd, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoshi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke.
despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. A visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea in England. No discussions take place without tea.
Is that true? No idea.
And so, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at the Carnival.
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Rinosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty? So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. A visiting research student currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rinosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says yes. This could take some time. Oh god, speaking of taking some time. I'm like 15 minutes into this, and I'm like, this is actually, this goes way slower than normal cases. I'm wondering if it actually might be in my best interest to not do this tonight. I'm like having some second thoughts already, 15 minutes in. Like, because I've got combined animations, slow dialogue,
Can I speed? I could probably try to speed up the dialogue. Nope. That wait time is only for that stuff. Disable the skipping of unread text in the main game. So, nothing I want to... No, it's just going to be slow. This is just the rate at which text goes. I think... There's a decent chunk left, yeah. I think this is in my best interest if I call it here. I went for 15 minutes and was just like, we have made barely no progress. We have got through the introductions. I think I should call it here, actually. I got baited for 15 minutes, but this is a good place to save and stop. It's almost 6. So, yeah. We'll pick up. I'm gonna just start from the beginning, from the intermission again, just for safety's sake. So that way people that might not miss it. But I'll pick up tomorrow with the second half of this case. There will be a little overlap. That's fine. I'm okay with that happening. But thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the stuff and are not following the stream, do hit the follow button. There will be more of this tomorrow and for the foreseeable future until something else comes out I want to play. Or I've beaten this. But I hope you have a pleasant morning or evening. I'll see you back here some other time. How are we going, chat? Toodles.